shall remain standing as Unisa choir leads the national anthem. Be seated. My name is Tshwane. I'm the Director, Academic Programs at the Tshwane African School of Public and International Affairs. I'm one of your program directors this morning, and I'm not alone. I'm with Dr. M.T. Masichaba, the Acting Executive Dean, College of Economic and Management Sciences, and Ms. R.S. Mabaso, Sign Language Interpreter, Division of Advocacy and Resource Center for Students with Disabilities. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to the official opening ceremony of the 2024 academic year. The ceremony takes place in the year in which our 150th anniversary celebration will reach a crescendo, and as we join the nation also in celebrating 30 years of democracy in South Africa. And today we are celebrating under the theme, Reclaiming Africa's Intellectual Futures into the next 150 years and beyond. Unisa, as you will know, is the custodian of African intellectualism, and we are proudly a South African university that shapes humanity. So I want to also alert those who are at home. I'm also aware that there are people joining us online. And even if you are here, if you take a picture or you want to tweet, we are tweeting under the hashtag engaged Unisens. Not Unisa, Unisens. Hashtag engaged Unisens. So you can actually tweet the proceedings of today under that hashtag. Let me acknowledge the staff members at regional offices, including Ethiopia Learning Center, Science Campus at Florida, and our colleagues at SBL who may not be here, and other guests who are connected to the ceremony through live streaming. Let me also acknowledge Unisa Radio, which is also broadcasting live from the venue. Let me also acknowledge the launch of Unisa online shop. We have an online shop which is stationed outside the venue, and we will be running a competition after this ceremony with the online shopping. So please check them out as you leave this hall. Check them out so that you don't miss out. You might go home with something valuable. I also want to acknowledge Unisa Clinic, which is also stationed outside of this hall, offering medical support. If there is any need and emergency, please check them out outside this hall. And I also want to acknowledge our humanoid robot, Lwazi. Ulwazi ukhona. What are you saying? Lwazi is outside. Ulwazi ukhona. Lwazi is our strategic academic partner, revolutionizing student support. And Lwazi is stationed at the entrance of this building. You'll see Lwazi as you go in and out, you'll see Lwazi outside. And our staff will be able to interact with her and take photos after the ceremony. So make sure that you you introduce yourself to Lwazi as we leave this room. At this point in time, without much further ado, I'm going to request Professor T.D. Mashau, the Acting Executive Dean of College of Human Sciences, to deliver meditation for us.
Program Director, thank you very much for this space that you have afforded me. The Chancellor of the University, Vice Chancellor, Chair of Council, Deputy Chair of Council, Council members, executive members of the University, and all Unisans. Today, in this meditation, I have stumbled upon one of the sacred texts, and I thought it will be relevant for this occasion. I read with you the Gospel of Luke 22, 47 to 52. When he was still speaking, a crowd came up, and the man who was called Judas, one of the 12, was leading them. He approached Jesus to kiss him, but Jesus asked him, "Judas, are you betraying the Son of Man with a kiss?" When Jesus' followers saw that what was going to happen, they said, "Lord, should we strike with our swords?" And one of them struck the servant of the high priest, cutting off his right ear. But Jesus answered, "Enough of this." And he touched the man's ear and healed him. Then Jesus said to the chief priests, the officers of the temple, the guards, and the elders who had come for him, "Am I leading a rebellion that you have come with swords and clubs? Every day I was with you in the temple courts, and you did not lay a hand on me. But this is your hour when darkness reigns." As Unisans who continues with the journey to reclaim Africa's intellectual futures, and indeed in the service of humanity, my prayer is simple and straightforward. Let us rise to Ubuntu-fy our working environment and our service to the students. That we should become a life-affirming, life-giving, and humanizing educational space. The script we read reminds us of our immediate context, which is the hour when darkness reigns. The global community is faced with a global crisis, global wars, and woundedness. Our lives are disrupted and destroyed in so many ways. And in some instances, the culture of violence has become systemic, institutionalized, and deeply entrenched as a tradition to many societies. This is nothing but an intentional assault on the harmonious and peaceful ecosystem of a triad between God, humanity, and the entire creation. Instead of pursuing our mandate to innovate and co-create liberating knowledges through our intellectual acumen, we find ourselves doing the opposite. We are caught in the disruptive and destructive tendencies. We go round in cycle of the culture of violence. The only language we know and we use is violence and vengeance, an eye for an eye. We have, over the years, witnessed the wretchedness of the earth and humanity that is assaulted by human swords, such as cultures of exclusions, tribalism, racism, religious animosities, that results not only in the ecological crisis, but dehumanization of many in the global community. If we are not violating others, we ourselves are being violated, including our praxis of pedagogy. We now talk of epistemic violence and injustice as we pursue the ideal of recentering African epistemologies, methodologies, and pedagogical praxis in the global south. We continue to witness in our educational system exclusions of those with disabilities and other learning barriers. When the culture of violence is perpetuated, the question remains, Lord, shall we strike with a sword? When violent kisses of betrayal by the likes of Judas Iscariot of this world continue to be blown, even on Valentine's Day and a month of love, even when our men threatens to immigrate to Cape Verde for greener pastures, when our women and children continue to be raped, violated, and killed, even by religious leaders, when they continue to die between the altar and the temple and mosques, including the ongoing onslaught in the Gaza Strip and other parts of the world where more than 50 nations are at war, including those wars in Africa which are perpetuated by the West in the scramble for African resources, including DRC. Shall we strike with a sword? And you see, Peter, knowing that in his hour of madness, Jesus had flipped the tables and whipped those who were turning the temple into a den of thieves, knowing that he encouraged them to sell their tunics in favor of buying a sword, knowing that in some instances, violence has to be encountered with violence as we choose between two evils. He saw the opportunity to take out his sword and indeed strike, inflicting a wound on one of the servants of the religious leader who were there. Jesus' response was shocking, among others. One would have expected violence for violence, an eye for an eye. But he said, enough is enough. Enough of this. As the disciples contemplate violence, Jesus says no. As they used violence, Jesus heals the wounds. That should be our mission as we continue to shape the futures of humanity. God's vision and sustainable ecosystem is one of coexistence, mutual respect, working together for common good and future. Let's conclude. Enough of GBV. Enough of a culture of intimidation, bullying, harassment. Enough of the culture of stealing from the students by refusing to transform the curriculum to align with transformation imperatives. Enough of a culture of refusing to teach and mark the scripts of our students. Enough of a foreign curriculum which is not empowering to those with disabilities and other learning difficulties. Enough of seeking to revenge for yourself, no matter how difficult. Our approach and language to the vicious cycle of violence, violent culture must change. Our curriculum must be peace-driving, life-affirming, and life-giving. That's how we Ubuntu-fy our work environment. Let me finish by the quote by Alan Bursak, who says, in his book, The Pharaohs on Both Sides of the Blood-Red Waters, changing the language of response to oppression empowers the oppressed. It weakens the grip of violence. It places the initiative in the hands of the powerless. Enough of violence. It is enough.
Thank you, Professor Mashau. Thank you for leading us in meditation. And I think, indeed, the conviviality of this day rests in us feeling spiritually connected as we marshal all of our beings in this place. And you have also called us to rehumanize as part of the global ecosystem. Thank you very, very much. Another warm round of applause. We will now request Unisa Choir to render a musical item. the types of songs that made me run away from choir at high school. Thank you that you did it so beautifully. Thank you. Unisa Choir, that's what Unisa is all about. Thank you so much, and you look beautiful. We will now call or request Professor Meyiwa, our Vice Principal Research, Postgraduate Studies and Innovation and Commercialization, to come and deliver our welcome address. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Directors, the choir. Wow. Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, it is a privilege to acknowledge you all. In my language, we say, we see you. Sanibonani, Molweni, Tobelang, Dumelang, good morning, Goeiemorgen, Jambo. This is across all our regions within South Africa and beyond. I acknowledge all protocol. The Principal and Vice Chancellor shall carry out our proper acknowledgement as the head of the House. A warm welcome to the official opening ceremony of the academic year 2024 at the University of South Africa. I'm honored to stand before you as the Vice Principal of Research, Innovation, Postgraduate Studies, Innovation and Commercialization. And it is with great excitement that we embark on this new academic journey together. This ceremony not only marks the commencement of our planned activities, academic and otherwise, and activities for the year, but also serves as a platform where the Principal and Vice Chancellor will outline the university's strategic focus for the year and pronounce on key projects and initiatives. As we gather here, ladies and gentlemen, we reflect on the significance of this occasion and the milestones that await us. This year holds particularly some significance, an elated one, as we celebrate 30 years of democracy and indeed an impressive 150 years of Unisa's existence, 150 plus 1. These milestones underscore our commitment to academic excellence, inclusivity, and the pursuit of knowledge that transcends borders and generations. It is a testament to the resilience and dedication of the Unisa community throughout its rich history. As part of our commitment to showcasing the best of Unisa, we're proud, as Program Director Prof. Edith has said, to present the Lwazi robot. We're also proud to actually be presenting what's titled Projecting the Best of Unisa, People, Ideation and Innovation. This program will highlight the exceptional individuals, groundbreaking ideas and innovative projects that define our university's character and spirit. So, in keeping with the theme of innovation, which is part of my responsibility as the head of research, I'm thrilled to introduce, again, as Prof. Edith has said, Lwazi. She represents a strategic academic partner revolutionizing student support. You will find her outside, as you have been informed. Feel free to indeed engage with her and take a photo with her. In the spirit indeed of inclusivity, as we embark on this academic year, let's embrace the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead of us, to which Prof. Mashau has made reference. Together, I'm confident we'll continue to push the boundaries of knowledge, foster innovation, and contribute to the legacy of excellence that defines the University of South Africa. As Unisa, we stand and understand the importance of nurturing inquisitive minds and fostering an environment where innovation thrives. Whether you are pursuing a postgraduate degree, undergraduate degree, a diploma, a higher certificate, or a short learning program, your aspirations and dedication are at the core of our mission. Just briefly, here's what sets us apart as I conclude this welcome: cutting-edge research facilities. From advanced laboratories to collaborative online programs, students take up that. Expect guidance and mentorship. Our staff are leaders in respective fields, and they're committed to guiding you, mentor you, support you. Delve in all of these through research from all ends. Interdisciplinary collaboration. We believe in the power of inter-core, interdisciplinarity, collaboration, and all to drive innovation and solve complex challenges. And indeed, from the internationalization part of the angle, global engagement. As a globally recognized institution, we committed to fostering international partnerships and collaborations. Your journey at the University of South Africa is not just about earning a certificate, rendering a service. It's about pushing the boundaries of knowledge, making meaningful contributions to your field, reclaiming Africa's intellectual futures, and shaping the future of academia and beyond. I encourage you to seize these opportunities that await you and embark on this transformative journey with us in 2024. Together, let's push the boundaries of what's possible and create a brighter future for generations to come. Let us be true to our identity and DNA as a university in the service of humanity. Welcome. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you all a successful and inspiring academic year ahead. Best regards. Good morning. Enjoy the ceremony.
Thank you very much, Professor Meia. And I think our distinguished guests also feel welcome, and they had a glimpse of what is happening here at Unisa. Our first time entrance here at Unisa, here and both and other regions, other different regions also feel welcome. I think you've made the right choice by coming to Unisa. You've heard about all the innovations that are happening here, and also to our continuing students, feel at home and continue to work hard in your studies. At this point in time, without wasting any time, we are going to receive messages from Unisa's statutory and epistemic communities. In the next 20 minutes, that's what we will be listening to, messages from the representatives of these communities. And I think they will come in the sequence as they appear on the program. So I will not be standing. The first one will be Professor M.D. Mahanu, Institutional Forum. Chairperson of Institutional Forum will give us the first one, and then Mr. N. Mabilane, who is the president of the National Student Representative Council, will be here as well. And then Mr. M.N. Bomoyi, the chairperson of Nehau, Unisa branch, will also come after. And then we have Mr. B. Masakona, the chairperson of APSA, will also come to the podium. And then we have Advocate Moruta, the chairperson of Black Forum, the CEO, I think, my apologies, of Black Forum. And then we have Dr. S. Danke, Unisa Women's Forum. In that order, please, as you will see them coming in. If you have forgotten their name, please look at your program in that order. And when they finish, they will return to their seats. Thank you. Over to you, Professor Mahanu. Thank you.
Program directors, the Chancellor of the University, Dr. Thabo Mbeki, the Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Puleng Kabula, the Chairperson of Council and the Chairperson-elect, Mr. Maboa, Dr. Musia, the Vice Principals of the University, the Extended Management Committee, the colleges gathered here and support staff members, the students of the University of the Land, and Unisa alumni, our cleaning staff, and our security personnel. Dumelang, abusheni, dimachironi, sanbonani, khuyemore. Let me borrow words of a prolific author, Simon Sinek, from his book entitled Start with a Why. Simon Sinek, in his book, narrates the success stories of all the companies that made it and that were able to have a standing in the globe, e.g. Apple. He continues to say, the success of a company lies in the reason of why do we exist. I'm standing here, Program Director, Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, ladies and gentlemen, to outline the importance of the institutional forum. Let me outline the responsibilities of the institutional forum. The responsibility of institutional forum is guided by the Higher Education Act of 1997 as amended and the Institutional Statute. The institutional forum is an important platform for various stakeholders of the university to play a role in shaping the future of higher education. The pivotal role played by the institutional forum is clearly articulated in both the Act and the Institutional Statute. Amongst others, this role entails being a structure that Council is required to consult on a number of matters. There is therefore an obligation on Council to consult the institutional forum for advice on matters that affect the institution. The advisory role of the institutional forum to Council is more fully encapsulated in Section 31 of the Higher Education Act 101 of 1997, which provides the following: that the institutional forum advises Council on issues affecting the institution, including the implementation of the Act and the National Policy on Higher Education, race and gender equity policies, the selection of candidates for senior management positions, codes of conduct, mediation and dispute resolution procedures, and the fostering of an institutional culture which promotes tolerance and respect for fundamental human rights and creates an appropriate environment for teaching, research, and learning, as Professor Mashau has alluded to Ubuntu-fying pedagogy. Program leader, ladies and gentlemen, the newly constituted institutional forum wherein I serve as the chairperson is made up of the senior management members of the university, academic and support staff, labor representative, national student representative council, and external members. The current new committee managed to achieve the following within a short space of time. The IF managed to engage the enrollment plan for 2024. They also engaged the transformation report of the university. Also, they engaged the improvement plan on climate survey. They also recommended the institutional code of ethics. This was done yesterday. Let me continue to outline the plan of the institutional forum in 2024. The plan is as follows: to advise Council regarding a way in which the institution is supporting students who are differently abled by having sign language interpreters in the colleges, and IF further engaged the Department of Human Resource regarding this matter and the Directorate Language Services. To further advise Council on the improvement of language policy across the institution in support of the academic project. The Institutional Forum further engaged the portfolio teaching and learning where I reside and where Prof. Moza is the leader, VP. The Institutional Forum is planning to advise Council that the language policy should not only end in academic departments, but it should be rolled out to all portfolios across the institution. In finance, language policy should be implemented. In human resource, it should be implemented. All directorates in our regional offices, the language policy should be implemented. Furthermore, the Institutional Forum plans to advise Council on the development of a process to speed up the procurement process within the university. A meeting has been scheduled with supply chain to ensure that the academic project does not suffer. In conclusion, Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that the Institutional Forum seeks to foster an institutional culture which promotes tolerance and respect for fundamental human rights and creation of an appropriate enabling environment for teaching, research, and learning so that the graduates of Unisa will show the whole world that at Unisa we are a fully constituted university. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I thought the next speaker will be here by now. Okay. In their absence? Okay, all right.
Well, thank you very much. Amanda. Amanda. Thank you very much. Good morning to fellow Unisa students, Vice Chancellor Professor Linkabule, Chancellor President Mbeki, member of the CCT and President of the EFF Student Command, President Sihle Lonzi, organized labor led by the Chairman of APSA, Chairman Bono Masakona, CEO of Black Forum, Comrade Advocate Rota. As we gather here today, let us take a moment to reflect on the power of education to unite us and empower us, to inspire us and create positive change in the world. In the face of adversity, education remained and remains a beacon of hope, a lighting path towards a brighter future. 30 years ago, our nation embarked on a journey towards democracy, breaking shackles of exclusion, and embracing the principles of equality and fairness. It was a time of hope, courage, and resilience. As our mothers and fathers fought against injustices of the past and envisioned the future where every individual would have an opportunity to pursue their dreams and aspirations. As we gather here today, we celebrate progress we have made in building a more inclusive society and opened the doors of learning in some instances, where education is not a privilege reserved for the few, but a fundamental right for everyone. We celebrate diversity of student structures representing us here, different backgrounds, cultures, and perspectives and ideologies, enriching our learning environment, and shaping the leaders of tomorrow and reclaiming Africa's intellectual futures. But let us acknowledge that our future towards inclusivity is far from over. Despite the strides we have made, there are still barriers that exist, preventing many from accessing the higher education space, whether it be financial exclusion and constraints through NSFAS and exorbitant fees and systematic inequalities, social prejudice. There are still those who are marginalized and overlooked. We have made an upsetting diagnosis, VC, that there are more females in the undergraduate programs, but when you go to the postgraduate programs, those females are nowhere to be found. The university must have a plan to retain these female graduates. VC, we are embarking on a vigorous and a rigorous process to bring back our students to our study halls and campus and libraries. In doing so, we are going to need many other programs that will excite students. We are going to need sports in the university. We need sports facilities to encourage our students to come back to the university. The university must set aside resources that we make during applications so that we are able to accommodate sports facilities. There are 0 entrepreneurial programs within the university. These are amongst many other programs that we need so that we encourage students to come back to the university in the study halls and fill up the libraries. We see almost half of our students are on NSFAS, a system where it's nearing a collapse, if not collapsed already. The Unisa, we see through the collapse on NSFAS, becomes the first victim. It is half of our students, almost 170,000 of our students, who rely on NSFAS. And we're encouraging the Unisa Council to support the National SRC as we're going to be embarking on a process of holding those accountable at NSFAS in order to bring back stability into that process so that access to learning is not being made difficult through financial exclusion. 2024 is our 1994 in the sense that many of us still study through candles because government can't supply steady electricity supply. 2024 is our 1994 in the sense that education is still not free. Our sisters and ladies still do not have free sanitary towels. As we reflect over the past 30 years, let us recommit ourselves to the ideals of democracy, inclusivity. Let us strive to create a Unisa where everyone feels welcomed, valued, and empowered to reach their full potential. Let us challenge ourselves to break down the barriers that exist. They stand in the way of equal access to education and create pathways for those who have been historically excluded. To our returning students and first years, I urge you to seize the opportunity with enthusiasm and determination. Your presence here today is a testament to your resilience and perseverance. And I have no doubt that you will continue to inspire us with your passion for learning and your commitment to making a difference in society. To the cleaners, protection services, admin staff, and academics, we hope that you are re-energized and ready to execute your duties. The functions of the university remain a key stakeholders as we understand that the struggles of workers are intertwined with the struggles of students. In closing, let us embark on a new academic year with a sense of purpose and unity, knowing that together we can build a future where education knows no bounds and where everyone has the opportunity to study and learn. 2024 is our 1994. Amanda!
As we welcome Mr. Bumoyi from Nehau, we are also reminded that each one of our speakers were given 3 minutes to speak. So it looks like we are going to test our presentation skills here. So let's stick to the time as we see it. I think they say each one of you is here in the program as well. In my script, 3 minutes each. So I think let's just keep it to the time. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Bumoyi. Thank you.
Thanks, Program Director, the Chancellor of the University of South Africa, former President Dr. Thabo Mbeki, the Principal and the Vice Chancellor, Prof. Puleng Linkampula, the Chairperson of the Unisa Council, Mr. Mabua, and the Chairperson-elect, Dr. Dan Mosia, members of the Unisa Executive Management, members of NEHAU present here with us, student formations and all other formations, distinguished guests. In the union language, I would say, Amanda. As the university continues with the journey of the shaping intellectual futures, we should ask ourselves pertinent questions. We draw our inspiration from President Malema Julius Nyerere, who embodied the principles of unity, development, and self-reliance. The spirit of Mwalimu and the concept of Ujamaa must always inspire us to work together in unity. It is through unity that we are able to resolve protracted problems that the institution tends to face. As the union, we commit ourselves to the ideals of non-racial, non-sexist, and democratic society, and we vow to fight for the realization of those ideals. The union wishes to applaud management and the entire staff and members of University of South Africa for making it possible for Unisa to climb the ladder of university rankings from number 8 to number 7. This is just one of the milestones that demonstrates that we are an institution hard at work, and for that reason we need to tell the good story when we are able to do so. NEHAU, since its existence, has been part of the solution and not part of the problem, and is continuing to be part of the solution to challenges facing the university. Our commitment as the union is that of solutions driven, and to ensure that there is service delivery towards our students. Union calls upon management and all our members to make it a point that 2024 becomes a year where Unisa students do not complain about any form of service delivery. The issues of backlog, let's vow this year that there will be issues of the past. Chairperson of Council, management and the union entered into a multi-year collective agreement for the first time in the history of this university. That is a demonstration of a positive working environment between the organized labor and the management, as we made that a milestone. As a result, this year, the beginning of the year, we did not have the instability of strikes. And for that reason, we wish to encourage the organized labor and the management to work together. This to us signals progress from the situation that was where the university was emerging from a very difficult process. You will recall, around 2022, we grabbed headlines in the newspapers for all the wrong reasons. And the story that we are telling today is there to confirm that indeed we are working together, and through the spirit of Julius Nyerere of working together, we are able to resolve the protracted problems that were in existence for many years. In conclusion, the 10 catalytic niche areas that were introduced by the Vice-Chancellor, to us, they speak to the hardcore of the problems of this country, especially the issues of unemployment, the mismatch in terms of the skills that, and the professionals that we are producing, and the jobs that are out there which we are not matching. But if we were, as a university, focus on those 10 catalytic niche areas, and make sure that all of us, we work towards achieving that goal, we'll be able to make sure that we resolve the problem of unemployment as a country. And lastly, we had two protracted problems around the short learning program, which is the skills development, which is critical also as part of our program qualification mix. And those problems of 2020 and 2021, we are pleased to report today to say they were resolved, testimony of the management that is working together with organized labor. And my closing remarks, this is the year of election, and we call upon all our members to go out and defend the workers' rights. Amanda.
The next person is, yeah. There's a watch here, it's a timer. It will ring.
You can't teach me to present my speech program directly. Amandla, Hawe, 2, Pata Unisa, Pata Unisa, Pata. Long live President Thabo Mbeki, long live. Long live President Thabo Mbeki, long live. Amandla, Hawe, 2. Thank you very much, comrades and friends. The chairperson of council, Comrade James Mabua, the deputy chairperson of council, Comrade Dan Musia, and the progressive members of council that are here, the vice chancellor together with the members of management. We also want to extend our greetings to the CEO of Black Forum, the president of the National SRC, and of course our political head, the president of the EFF Students Command, Comrade Sihle Lonzi, who is here with us today. Whenever we get a platform of this nature, we always extend our greetings to the mothers of this university, because some of us were children of the domestic workers. So we want to greet you properly, because it is you who maintain the image of this university very clean at all material times. Comrade Vice Chancellor, ABSA Union was at the forefront of the struggle of insourcing. The struggle which was defending the rights of the workers, those who are security guards, the gardeners, and also the domestic workers. When we used to still camp there in the park, many of the support staff and many academics, they used to pass us there at the park when it was difficult most. But today, the Lodi Chenchitse at Unisa, even those with PhDs, we are now told that our contracts are not going to be renewed. Even those who are support staff, we are now told that our contracts are not going to be renewed. So we want to invite you, all of you comrades, that let us all mobilize and gather so that we fight against the unilateral implementation of policies that are anti-black, anti-workers, and policies that are not actually in sympathy with the challenges that we are facing in our communities. Comrade Vice Chancellor, Comrade Vice Chancellor, you did not invite a pastor to come on the podium, so I will not preach the gospel. Rather, I'm going to speak the struggle of the workers. And therefore, we want you to be patient. We are not going to speak for 3 minutes here. We are going to speak until we have conscientized the students and the workers. You have to assist us, Comrade VC, because we have a very serious problem. See, this thing is ringing. Oh, please. You have Manta. Discipline. You have to assist us, Comrade Vice Chancellor, because we have a very serious problem there by HR. That HR is extremely inhuman. We have been dealing with contracts of workers dating back since October. They are refusing to renew the workers' contract. They are telling us that we must dump these contracts into the dustbins. For every single individual of Unisa that is working here, whose contract to terminate, you are affecting almost 10 employees there at home and their family members. We also want to add, Comrade Vice Chancellor, that we are extremely not happy with the manner in which all the disputes in the university are being taken there into the external agencies, your courts, the CCMAs and so on. We are already wasting money which the university does not have. But it also undermines even the quality of the leadership to resolve the internal disputes of the university. Comrade VC, I don't know which signs that we are preaching, but the signs that we know is that when workers are home, they work better. They dedicate more time to ensure that the university is productive. So, Comrade VC, it is not about coming to this university and camping in the office. It's about the productivity. We even respond to our emails at midnight when we are home. Therefore, we want to fundamentally reject all those who are saying that workers must come back just to camp so that we arrive late. We are demoralized here. Our line managers are bullying us. We are more productive when we are home than when we are here in the university. Comrade VC, there is a very problematic acting director at HR. It is that one. Her name is Pumzile. We want to say Pumzile. When you conduct an organizational analysis, the one which resolves that contracts must not be renewed, go and conduct an organizational analysis on the state of the mental awareness of our workers. Our workers are being bullied in this university. Our workers have no protection, and therefore we want to call you to say that you need to protect the workers against any form of bullying and toxic behaviors in the university. In conclusion, Comrade VC, my secretary, Comrade Mutwahaye, is a very esteemed scholar. He has just published a very interesting book. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate him. He must continue to inspire us and to do very well. In the final analysis, comrades and friends, you see, intellectuals are people who don't just make diagnoses and problematize issues and also not acknowledge. I want to agree with you, Comrade Chair of NEHAU. We want to applaud you, Comrade VC, as well, for presiding over the affairs of ensuring that the academic project of the university contributes towards the improvement of the university rankings. We have moved from 13, we are now number 7. Do your research, Comrade Chairman. Comrade VC, I also want to reiterate that indeed we are very much satisfied that the manner in which we negotiated our salaries was extremely good. Our workers even got a sweetener. Just don't extend their contracts by 6 months, but by 12. The number of publications has even doubled. We also want to commend you on that. Lastly, comrades and friends, during the difficult days when the Minister of Higher Education wanted to place this beautiful university under administration, many actually distanced themselves from that struggle. We went to Parliament and subjected ourselves to crazy conditions. We were interviewed by a very ugly man called Prof. Musia. We want to say to you, President Thabo Mbeki stood by us. President Thabo Mbeki never divorced this university. President Thabo Mbeki. So I want to invite all of you as a chairman of APSA. We are the only union fighting for the struggle of non-renewal of workers here. We are the only ones who have not sold the workers. We are the only ones who are still with you. So I want to invite all of you to stand, comrades. We want to sing a song for President Thabo Mbeki. Thabo Mbeki re mo rata kaofela he re tsamaya le yena we molo molo Thabo Mbeki re mo rata kaofela he re tsamaya le yena we molo molo Thabo Mbeki re mo rata kaofela he re tsamaya le yena we molo molo Thabo Mbeki re mo rata kaofela he re tsamaya le yena we molo molo Mandla awethu. Thank you very much. Salute.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. B. Masakona. Ladies and gentlemen, you could see my hands were full. There was absolutely nothing I could do. I tried, even the clocks rang, I tried to stand, I tried to pad, there was nothing I could do. My hands were quite full. Thank you very much, Mr. B. Masakona, as we listen to the CEO of Black Forum, and I know they will cooperate very well. Advocate B. Morota.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Professor Tshwane, Chancellor of this university, Vice Chancellor, Chair of Council. Based on for the sake of time, let me stand on the already established protocol because I could see that our time is quite limited. And thanks very much, Chairperson of APSA, Progressive, Vibrant, Bono Masakwane, for the great representation. Ladies and gentlemen, as Unisa Black Forum, we are quite fulfilled to have been invited to participate in this August event as we officially open the 2024 academic year. We hope and pray that this year we become great human beings, great unisons, both individually and collectively. We hope and pray not to be characterized, among others, by spirits of rebellion, dissension, amongst others, attack on the brand of the university and abuse of powers by those in decisive positions. We truly hope and pray to have a harmonious, prosperous, and prolific 2024 academic year under the steering leadership of Professor Lengabula and her MENCOM collective and University Council collective under the leadership of the newly appointed chairperson, Musia, as we say goodbye to our former chair of council, Mr. Mabua, for Mergomo Bozujerlian Kushiak. Merguao, Neulutulian Mazong, Redia Opolahoro, Re Limoyang, Ajwa del Hoshiak. Ladies and gentlemen, unlike last year, when we were experiencing the attitude and spirit of attacks on the university, of turning the university into a lawless institution, a gossiping hub, or some local municipality of some sort where political circus and pop starism nearly hijacked our university. Equally, Madam Vice Chancellor, we are aware that Unisa is the biggest university, unlike the University of a person, Walter Sisulu University. I mean University of a tribe, University of Venda. You know, Madam Vice Chancellor, the Unisa is too big. It has many different types of people. Baruti, Baloi, and others are not even employees of the university or service providers within the university, but they leave their homes to come here. Unisa at the gates, in our corridors, in our meetings. And as Black Forum, ABSA Union under the steering leadership of Bono Masakwana, and national and all SRCs across the country under the leadership of Nathi Mabelani, we are not going to take kind to such kind of madness. This year, Madam Vice Chancellor, we have revolutionary chains. People who leak confidential information of the university to the media. Laziness, political patching, bullying, harassment, sexual harassment, and entrepreneurship, amongst others. This is our university. We shall defend it from the pickpocketers, agents, provocateurs, political populists, and any acts of tsotsism. That is the reason the Black Forum has instructed its lawyers to make a joint application on the side of the university at the High Court on a matter between an opportunist Minister of Higher Education and our university, as we defend the university from being put under a political administration. As you are aware that the minister has attempted to take our council out, our management, our SRC, and take Unisa for himself, for his personal use. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, without pretense, as Unisa Black Forum, we are angry about the mass retrenchment which is happening here at Unisa, where fixed-term contracts of many staff members are no longer renewed, and few which are renewed is only for 6 months or less. We have seen line managers using this call of non-renewal of contracts as a weapon to eliminate those they despise the most. We know, Madam Vice Chancellor, that this is not and cannot be your vision. We know your vision because that resolution is the admission on the part of our university that they are running out of ideas. As Unisans, we witnessed such moves in poorly ran institutions in the county such as Post Office, Telkom, SABC, at the mines to mention by the few. We never thought that one day we'll live to see similar conduct happening at Unisa. Let me tell you without pretense once more, we need these admin staff members who are on a fixed-term contracts. Already academics have been complaining to the deaf ears of doing more of administrative work, yet instead of putting strict oversight management on the operations of the university, for admin to strictly do admin work and academics to teach and research, we worsen the situation through a non-renewal of contracts. And I repeat, Madam Vice Chancellor, we know your vision, and this cannot be your vision. It's a bad resolution, and we do not and will not support it as Black Forum. It will, and it is already destroying black families. Comrade Chancellor, President Thabo Mbeki, imagine an institution where the council is white, VC is white, the entire MENCOM is white, 95% of staff members and students are white, and the leadership of such university take unceremonially a decision not to renew the contracts of 95% of the white employees who have been on a fixed-term contract, some of whom have been serving the university for 10, 15, 20 years on a fixed-term contract, especially in a country where unemployment rate is very high. That's why the white government prioritized white poverty. Unlike us today, we seek to breed and multiply black poverty by non-renewal of these contracts. You are destroying black families. You are stealing and destroying the dreams and the hopes and the aspirations of their children. Ladies and gentlemen, if it's about the fair salary of the university, Unisa needs to think out of the box, stop taking a shortcut for temporary convenience. Nothing precludes our MENCOM and the university leadership to be serious in establishing third stream incomes. I mean, the toothpick I'm using at the cafeteria, it is written made from China. Unisa can produce those toothpicks and generate more money to pay everyone in this university. Yesterday, Madam Vice Chancellor, our management from P4 to P2 were locked in the so-called IPMS training, something which is supposed to be done by admin staff members, because this management have been out there making meaningful relationship with other important stakeholders. They're supposed to be making a lot of money for this university, but they resort to spend their whole afternoon being trained on where to press, when to load an IPMS. That cannot be a visionary leadership on our leadership. But lastly, beautiful Unisans, we have a useless goat in this university called Unisa Enterprises, which is supposed to develop innovative business ideas to generate a lot of monies for the university and aid our salary bill, amongst others. Instead, they generate money by charging internal Unisa departments an exorbitant amount of monies when they book internal Unisa venues and caterings to do departmental works and events. We have already spent 50 million on Unisa Enterprises, an entity mandated to generate an income for the entire university, but it remains so confused on its mandate and resort on stealing from within. They are pickpocketing us as departments. Lastly, or in conclusion, Madam Program Director, Black Forum will, on the 23rd, organize all the employees who are on a fixed-term contract, including those whose contracts have been renewed for 6 months or less, and those who are already at home. We have organized specialists, including industrial psychologists, law specialists, to come and educate us in terms of how could we respond systematically against the ruthless resolution of the university. Fixed-term employees have a blood, they bleed too. They have emotions, they get depressed and commit suicide. They have life and families, they must live and survive as well. They are people, they must live as well. We therefore appeal to both council and management, to your vote, to your conscience, and reconsider this catastrophic resolution. This resolution is Western Marikana Massacre. Hashtag engaged Unisans.
Thank you, Advocate. Dr. Danke, I think you'll be the last person to speak. Thank you.
Greetings to the Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Lingapule, and the Vice Chancellor, former President Dr. Thabo Mbeki, all protocol observed. I am representing the Unisa Women's Forum. As a Unisa Women's Forum, we are promoting and we are also committed in promoting the lives of women within the institution. We are not selecting the women according to their ranks. So as long as you are a woman, you're supposed to be part and parcel of this forum. Vice Chancellor, in this forum, we are concerned about the way women are treated in the country, in our societies, and even in their workspaces. There is a lot of gender-based violence in the country. Even a newborn child, so as long as the child is a female, is not safe. Girls are not safe. Married women are also not safe. Even widows are not safe in this country. So as a forum, we have a lineup of workshops that are going to teach women about their basic human rights. And we are also going to teach them about gender-based violence so that they can be able to see if they are being violated or not in their relationships and in their spaces that they are working in. So it is our responsibility, Madam Chair, to make sure that one of your catalysts niche, the Busadi, is being promoted by us as a forum. Thank you very much. I hope I met your
Let's give her another warm round of applause. Thank you very much, and thank you for all the epistemic and statutory communities leaders to come here and underscore the role of their institutions. And I think Vice Chancellor, they were lamenting praises and also the deep need to enable a conducive teaching and learning environment within Unisa and also work environment. And I think from what I was listening, we might need a bigger platform, not this official academic opening, to also talk about some of the things. I think, and I'm sure the Vice Chancellor always provides space for those kind of engagement. Without wasting any time, we are going to have a musical item now, the one we have been waiting for a long time. Our renowned Afrofolk guitarist, singer, songwriter, affectionately known as The Voice. We all know him. He inspired many of us during the anti-apartheid movement, and songs like Donkana, Bashimanyana, Shila Mabele were some of the songs that we grew up listening to. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd invite to the stage none other than The Voice, Vusi Mahlasela. A warm welcome.
Sanibonani. Hello everyone. Normally, this song that I played, I'll just play it and then explain the subject matter afterwards, but maybe just in one caption. It's about the beauty of the land, or the beauty of our land. Also about to hear some of the wrong things that we have really seen happening during the time when there was quite a lot of turmoil and apartheid in South Africa, where there was quite a lot of injustices, police playing with our dead corpses, thinking that we don't know about this. And here I'm saying we will call them and teach them about those corpses. And if they agree to come forward, we will forgive them. And if they don't, we will expose them. And this was, I think, long before we could sort of have that truth and reconciliation in our country, as it was championed by our grandfathers of humanity. So it is also about the wisdom of forgiveness, which is also part of the Ubuntu. Ubuntu, which is about everyday's kindness, helpfulness, togetherness, humbleness, empathy, sympathy, reconciliation, redistributions of morals, knowledge, and skills. So, ubuhle bomhlaba.
Izenzo zabo ezimbi zemvelo bazenza izazi zase-Afrika ayibone nje nabayabuyisaba bahambela enxenye njengezinkalanka baguqula izikhumba njengonwabu bayabuza njengezinyoka baqamba amanga njengamaphepha kanti futhi bayakhohlwa nengxenye yabo inathi wololo
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Makasela, for that beautiful rendition into the hour of the moment we have been waiting for. Thank you for ushering us so beautifully with your team. We are now going to invite our Vice Chancellor to anchor the vision that will guide us for the rest of this year as we marshal behind that vision that the Vice Chancellor is going to deliver this it's almost afternoon, it's in the morning, this morning here at Unisa. And let me introduce to you none other than our own Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Ngabula, the Principal and Vice Chancellor of Unisa, to come to the podium as she addresses.
Thank you, Program Director, Professor Tshwane, the Director of Academic Programs at the Tshwane School of Public and International Affairs. I've been informed that you are working with Dr. Masha, the Acting Executive Dean of the Unisa College of Economic Management Sciences. And of course, I have to appreciate Ms. Sophie Mabazu, from our sign language interpreter from the Division of Advocacy and Resource Center for Students living with Disabilities. Can we give her a round of applause? I think in the 12th language we have to do. Can we join in the 12th language? Thank you very much. His Excellency Dr. Thabo Mbeki, Unisa Chancellor and the former President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. James Magoa, the Chairperson of the University Council, Dr. Daniel Musia, the current Deputy Chairperson and Chairperson Designate of the University Council. Members of Unisa Council present here today and virtually participating. Members of the University and Extended Management present and participating virtually. Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, and High Commissioners in attendance today and participating virtually. Colonel Dr. Moya, the Deputy Executive Mayor of the City of Tshwane, the city where our main campus is stationed. Colonel Ace, MMC of Finance of the City of Tshwane, and we are hoping you'll join us to finance the students who require assistance. I think it needs a round of applause. It means the MMC Finance will include us in his re-budgeting. Thank you. Representatives of the Unisa stakeholders, Professor M.D. Mahanu, Chairperson of the Unisa Institutional Forum, Mr. M. Mabilani, President of the National Student Representative Council, Mr. M.N. Boboi, Chairperson of the Hau Unisa Branch, Mr. B. Masakon, Chairperson of AFSA, Advocate K.B. Muruta, President of Unisa Black Forum, Dr. S. Danke, Deputy Chairperson of the Unisa Women's Forum, our external stakeholders and friends of the University of South Africa, Dr. M.D. Manu, Executive Director of National Research Foundation, Ms. N.L. Makanya, Chairperson of Bank CETA, Dr. M. Makafula, Chief Operating Officer of SALCO, Mr. N.S. Maruta, Chief Financial Officer of CAPSITA, Ms. V.M. Moloisi, Executive Assistant Strategic Support of CETA, Ms. M.T. Tavella, Executive Manager Strategic Support of CETA, Mrs. M.L. Gray, Executive Manager of Learning Programs, CAPSITA, Dr. T.E. Umana, Executive Manager of Research and Monitoring Evaluation at CAPSITA. And of course, colleagues, nothing cognitive would not dance with something affective. And so the sages of our African philosophies remind us that we are not just what we think about, as Descartes would claim for other knowledge systems, but remind us of John Beatty's words that we are Africans who are imbued with this inextricable idea that our humanity is not just our ideas, but it's also our feelings, it's also our music, it's also our dances, it's also our mathematics and patterns. And I'm truly grateful for the music and the entertainment that we received from Mr. Busi Mahlasela and still will get, the renowned Afro-folk guitarist, as well as our Unisa choir. They require too acknowledgement and a round of applause. Let me start by saying it is truly my privilege and honor to represent the Management Committee and Extended Management and University Epistemic Communities as we open 2024 academic year at Unisa. The opening ceremony is yet another reminder that our university, the University of South Africa, is alive and well. It is a testimony of continuing our core business in the pursuit of our vision to being an African university, shaping futures in the service of humanity and attentive to the ecological and climatic challenges that bedevil our world today. 30 years ago, our esteemed alumnus, His Excellency, the late President Nelson Mandela, ushered in the new South Africa with the following message when he was inaugurated at the Union Buildings just across us on 10th May 1994. And I'd like to quote somewhat extensively, because I think this is a message that all of us as citizens, students, staff, alumnus, those who write, those who research, those who engage in knowledge must contend and embody. He says, out of the experience of the extraordinary human disaster that lasted too long, and this should be read as apartheid, must be born a society of which all humanity will be proud. Our daily deeds as ordinary South Africans and Africans must produce an actual South African or African reality that will reinforce humanity's belief in justice and strengthen its confidence in the nobility of human soul and sustain all our hopes for glorious life for all. All this we owe both to ourselves and to the peoples of the world who are so well represented here today. Each time one of us touches the soil of this land, we feel a sense of personal renewal. Let me repeat. Each time one of us touches the soil of this land, we feel a sense of personal renewal. The national mood changes as the seasons change. Never, never, and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one another and suffer the indignity of being the skunk of the world. Let freedom reign. The sun shall never set on so glorious a human achievement, asserted President Mandela. As we start the university today, there are conditions in some countries that are akin or mimic the very apartheid that 30 years ago our country overcame. It is the duty of universities such as Unisa to be at the center of the imagination of solutions to creating peace, to embodying this call, a radical call, that our first democratic leader, President Mandela, echoed. This was an empathetic message that says as the people we choose the future over the past, hope over despair, renewal over decline, and therefore, even as we listen today, we listen with a commitment to engagement and co-constructing the solutions together, because our own forebears have used dialogue, engagement, and collective wisdom to solve the problems of our country, our continent, and of the world. 30 years ago, as it is today, South Africa continues to hold great promise in many human endeavors, and the University of South Africa has been and continues to be at the center of shaping futures here at home, in the continent, but also in the world over. And in the course of the celebrations of 30 years of our freedom colleagues, and our democracy, and our freedom, we count ourselves fortunate to have seen 150 years also as a university of the national moods and changes of seasons, as the central member of the national innovation system in the country, responsible of at least 33 to 37% of the higher education system. We must ensure that we continue to reinforce humanity's belief in education, in justice, in strengthening its confidence in the nobility of human soul, and sustain all our hopes for the glorious life for all. But if you had forgotten the history of our university, you'd have forgotten that in January, 20 years ago, the University of South Africa and Technikon South Africa were merged to create a dedicated, comprehensive, open distance e-learning university. And I wish in our hearts, as we start this new year, to celebrate that merger. Can we at least applaud? Whilst measures are not often, do not often elicit at all times the best of outcomes, sometimes they do. Whilst measures sometimes are about optimizing efficiencies and ensuring that institutions propel themselves to the best, I think we have to acknowledge as Unisa that we need a radical review of what the measure, its fault lines, and its opportunities have been, and how do we improve the university so that we don't forget that commitment to being a comprehensive university. Also, given that the strategic location of Unisa in terms of history and nation formation and imagination of our citizens, our university is better placed to serve as a leading platform for public deliberations, past and present, and future of our country. As I listen to the concerns and the commitments of our colleagues, I want us to invite us, never as Unisa, to be only attendant to our own challenges as an institution. We would fail dismally if we are self-adulating. What is important for us is to also ask the question, how are we going to rally together to ensure that the benefits, the dividends of the 30 years of democracy and freedom are manifest for all in that education, research, engaged scholarship, academic citizenship become important? How do we not get into what is vogue, but be attentive to the rumblings, the eruptions, the changes, the geopolitical, economic, the global dimensions that require scholars, we in universities, to being at the center of establishing and providing unparalleled opportunities for students, for compatriots, for the continent, and for the world to reimagine its futures. It is my contention that for us as the university, we celebrate the 30 years, the 20 years, the 150 years by ensuring that we consolidate the engagements and create dialogical and research arena that has global impact. Whereas we acknowledge that some of the fault lines of our societies in the aftermath of democracy require our attention as university, we must never fall into the trap of not recognizing the gains. We have established a constitutional democracy, reformed public service, the right to vote for government of choice, to speak in support and in contest, even in the university, the recognition of women's rights as equal and human, the recognition of universal access for people living with disabilities, the recognitions of the varied humanities and expressions, the extensions of basic social services such as education, even with its challenges, healthcare systems, water, sanitation. But it is for us as the academy to ensure that we're not just excited to be in our homes and in our offices, but our scholarship impacts on change. Access to higher education is something that we require to be at the center of as the University of South Africa. Because we form part of the national, continental, and global efforts to finding innovative solutions to challenges through our teaching and learning, Professor Mutsa, research and engaged scholarship, Professor Meiwa, and MENCOM members, it is important that we anchor our university and ground ideation here at Unisa. Yes, it is important sometimes to be popular, but it is more important to change and be active agents, of social change. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be remiss of me, therefore, not to give us the line, not so much of much, but of invitation on how we as Unisa staff, students, the leadership, the academy, the friends of the university must steer ourselves forth in 2024. I'd like to state that we have the opportunity as the university to strengthen our strategy to reclaim Africa's intellectual futures, not to be apologetic of wanting to be excellent, and to ensuring that the strategic pillars of the university, including the 10 catalytic niche areas, are implemented. So that is a non-negotiable. We do so because we recognize that our country is one of the most disparate countries in terms of the Gini coefficient. We also do so because we recognize that underemployment, unemployment, and underemployment are becoming major challenges of our society. Unlike the apartheid regime, we don't just think of education as utilitarian. We think of education as important for forming citizens. And therefore, we request that you as Unisa staff must be in the forefront of the learning program in all the stations that you are inhabiting at Unisa. We must advance technology-mediated quality education and learning, and we must ensure that varied access to these technologies propel research and innovation and pivot engaged scholarship and global impact. They strengthen student support services and they resource our future. In simple words, let us help our students Let's teach them. Let's resource them to research. Let's form them into citizens that can engage, create work, or look for work and succeed in the pursuit of their lives. But it also means let us execute our strategy and ensure that the APP that we have agreed upon is implemented. Let us ensure that all of us who are Unisa staff, all of us, do our work. We can't be excited about the idea of working from home, running our businesses, not responding to students, not doing the work, and we are not going to reward that, and we will not be apologetic to demand of you to be at work and to do the work that you're paid for, because it is the ethical and right thing to do, and we must compel you to do so. You can clap. We are not going to be apologetic, colleagues, and we are going to hold one another accountable. We cannot be a university that is happy that the students cry on social media when you, as the staff of the university, can be found in every mall in the country. We are not going to be intimidated, neither afraid, as the leadership of the university, to creating opportunities for reskilling, upskilling, and for ensuring that the technological advancements and digital advancements are optimized. And therefore we say, as the management, we allow you to do such work at home as you do at Unisa. So you have the opportunity of this multimodality of experiences of working wherever you're comfortable, but also for being present for students who come from the underside. The SRC president says this university has the highest number of students who are economically marginalized. They use Unisa facilities, laptops, and sometimes the regional hubs. They require facilitation of learning support. And therefore, it is my appeal and my request that we as Unisa staff understand the management core mandate and responsibilities, not to make it impossible for you to thrive as the workers of the university, but to meet each other halfway to ensure that we support the core business of the university. I'd be wrong if I do not make this very clear in this opening. But what this inspires, colleagues, it means what our colleagues are raising must be issues where we create an assembly and engage and talk and identify the solutions to some of the problems that they are raising. And it's very important. This is not a response, but already what had been written in my speech. So we are willing to creating environments for engagement. Where management is wrong, we will atone for our wrong decisions. But where we are right, colleagues, we will hold on to those decisions for the betterment of our institution. Finally, colleagues, it is important that in line with the Council on Higher Education review of our university, where 10 of the areas were seen to be excellent or good, where 3 of the areas required our attention, and where 3 of the areas were not as good or not as bad, that we as this university do our improvement plan in order that we promote and improve the support of our students, the supervisory capacity, the research associates, the NRF-rated scholars, the improvement of the enrollment, planning and management processes and systems, all of which impacts us on our throughput, on our research outputs, and on our success rates. We must also request that the enabling environments for learning must also enable people and students to do their work. Without our staff and our students, we do not have a university. Without our staff and students, we do not have our university. We have already begun to reap the fruits of labor peace, which has been referred to by 2 organized labor organizations that are approved at Unisa, where the levels of productivity, a multi-year agreement, the commitment to ensuring that our university is not what President Mandela referred to, being looked as though we are the skunk of the sector. We must ask, if you're 7 and refer to the skunk, what is the definition of 8 and below? I don't know, the researchers will tell us. We must position the university as the center of excellence for learning, professional work, knowledge production, and this year we will also see the university finalizing the organizational structure and ensuring that the majority of vacancies are filled. Another key focus area, colleagues, will be the improvement of student services. In the Vice Chancellor Summit last year, a firm decision was taken to review, overhaul, and improve student services. An innovative and dynamic Student Services Summit will be held later this year to consolidate external and internal learning solutions, the new future of our students and communities, and for Unisa to claim the future. We cannot claim it if we don't strengthen how we support our students from application to being alumni. That, colleagues, is the business that we who are employed at Unisa must be partners to ensuring that we succeed. The management has heard the inputs of Unisans on social matters that affect both students and staff alike. These include, amongst others, the challenges in our systems and processes that are very slow, the gender-based violence, other matters that are related to institutional cultures, where now sometimes others usurp their power and authority and undermine others. We need to create a conducive world of work that is enabling for all. We understand very well that universities mirror our society, but because in university we have the smartest of the people, we should not mimic the ugliness in our society, but we should turn it into what is resourceful. Last year, when we closed the university and in the Lekgotla, we reminded ourselves that a sewage is not really a bad idea, because it gives you a picture of what people will have eaten, taken off, whether they took more than they needed to or less than what is required. But in a sewage, there's an opportunity, colleagues. Mr. Mutebele and Professor Mamba and Professor Mahanu and their colleges can attest to that. There's possibility of manure, there's possibility of energy, and there's possibility of creating something beautiful, because you would have learned from what you would have seen in the sewage. I use this metaphor, colleagues, to ignite our hope, to remember that even in the midst of contradictions and challenges, that it is only us. We must not always be beholden to the challenges, but we must invest all the efforts in looking at the solutions. Finally, colleagues, in the same spirit that colleagues who spoke before me extended an appreciation to our Chancellor, I'd like us as the University of South Africa to thank President Mbeki for being the Chancellor of the university, but not just a Chancellor of the university. As a university, we have been given the opportunity to have the primary texts, speeches, materials, for our students to learn and study the history of the country, of the continent, of the multilateral leadership that President Mbeki would have undertaken then and now. Professor Ngwepe, the librarian, reminds me that so far they are expecting master's and doctoral candidates who are willing to understudy 27 areas that would change this university to become the only university that will be the first ones to have published areas that no one will have published in the world, precisely because of the library material that our Chancellor has made available. I think it requires a round of applause. I don't know anywhere in any country where a university has such an opportunity and underplays it. So I'm going to request all to ensure that we don't delay the opportunities that are available. So thank you very much, Chancellor, not only for being the Chancellor, but for making available your ideation, your leadership, your resources and materials to advance the cause of knowledge, but also the strengthening of our democracy in the country and in the world. Colleagues. I also wish to take this opportunity to thank our outgoing chairperson, Mr. James Maboa. He withstood the hurricanes, the floods, the rains, and is still standing. Can we give him a round of applause? And as we welcome and transition to the leadership of Dr. Daniel Musia, who is going to be the chair of council, I'd really appreciate the change of hands and hope that your sheer visionary leadership and in our minds, your ability to lead us through the times of triumph and turbulence will be the hallmark of your leadership forever, Mr. Maboa, even as you hand over to Dr. Musia. Dr. Musia is not definitely as new, but he's new in this position. We wish you well in your responsibilities. We heard you at the farewell of Professor Ndlovu when you told us that we as Unisans, not just the management, all of us, that we must have our hearts, hands, and heads on deck, that you are not going to be willing to allow us as a university not to use our time optimally. And we welcome you and we reaffirm as this university that we are going to work collectively to make the university a resource for our society. Finally, because as President Mandela said, Mr. Bomoi said, finally, in conclusion, the last, so I'll draw on that. Finally, as President Mandela said, let each one of us, each university, each student, worker, academic, parent, men and women, young and old, reinforce humanity's belief in justice, in education, in strengthening confidence in the nobility of the human soul, and in sustaining all our hopes for glorious life for all. I'd like to conclude with the words of one of my favorite writers and poets, Ntate Kgotsisile Kurapetsi, who impels us to work hard, to embody hope, never to allow, not just as utopia, but as an active agency into changing the world for the better. I'm happy that as Unisans, even as we were struggling to love one another, and now I know we love each other because yesterday we were loving even more. Even as we were struggling, but we have overcome those. And in his poem, No Boundaries, Kurapetsi Kgotsisile says, with informed hope and resolve, we must know how to move forward to a landscape where our dream cannot be turned into a nightmare, where our dreams are always in sight, where we must again redden the blackest folds of our memory and intent, And I want to say to all Unisans, as we welcome you to the 2024 Unisa academic year, if you did not remember anything that I said, or even if you did not like anything that I said, but this poet must stay in your mind, who reminds us through active and informed hope that we must know how to move forward to a landscape where our dreams cannot be turned into a nightmare. Welcome to Unisa. Welcome to 2024. I wish you and your families all the best, and I hope we are going to have a great year. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tshwane, for your leadership in the pilotage of today's proceedings. It is an honor for me to continue together with Mema Baso. But before I start, I have been introduced as the acting executive dean of the College of Economic and Management Sciences. And I want to fix something, Tate Mabilani, because you said we do not have entrepreneurship. The constituency of the Economic and Management Sciences will kill me if I do not fix this, because we teach entrepreneurship, but not only that, we have given birth to the Intlanyelo Hub. And that is where we invite you, let's exchange numbers so that we can work together to bring our students in and to make sure that we have less unemployment in the country. Professor Lenkabula, thank you for delivering an exceptionally inspiring and moving opening address. Your words not only aptly and brilliantly set the tone of the year ahead, but invigorated our spirit with a sense of hope and direction. Your leadership and foresight continue to be invaluable to our institution, and we pledge to follow the line of march that you have prescribed today. As we celebrate our academic opening, it is an opportunity for us Unisans to reaffirm our commitment to the institution and its students whom we serve. Through this video, we will take a short journey through our institution's history and history to remember all our achievements. And as we look ahead to the future, it is prudent for us to ask ourselves, how will we contribute to the next 150 years at Unisa?
For a century and a half, the University of South Africa has educated the African continent. Observing the vast and dramatic geopolitical and socio-economic changes this continent has undergone, and adapting to provide quality education to meet the emerging needs of our people. No other institution has been in existence for 150 years, and we can be proud of this.
During this time, Unisa graduates have emerged ahead of their counterparts and have been elevated to various positions of leadership, especially in politics, commerce, and academia. No other institution in South Africa has produced 3 presidents, and we can be proud of this.
The flame of excellence has remained lit within the corridors of all our departments because we understand the complex dynamics that are at the center of higher learning. We have perfected the ability of igniting excellence in our students by creating an environment that inspires the expression of differing opinions, opposing theories, and challenging questions. These are all part of the symbiotic culture of sharing knowledge within Unisa. An institution with as rich a legacy as ours is not challenged by complex theories. In fact, we welcome them as we affirm our position as the cradle of knowledge in Africa. No other institution offers as many academic qualifications and provides access to higher education to a large number of students from all walks of life, and we can be proud of this.
Our exceptional scholars continue to raise the Unisa flag through, amongst others, their National Research Foundation, NRF ratings, recognizing their impactful, groundbreaking research and highlighting the institution's commitment to research excellence.
From the University of South Africa, Department of Chemical Engineering, Ati Mabukwana. Keen interest in waste material to energy and chemicals. Right, then also from the University of South Africa, Department of Life and Consumer Sciences, we have Kabelo Mokhalaboni.
We have observed how the role of women in academia has evolved through this time, recognizing Agnes Allen Lewis, the first woman to graduate from Unisa with a BA in 1886, and Gertrude Ntlabati, who was the first black woman to graduate with a Unisa degree in 1927, and hundreds of thousands of women who have graduated from Unisa since then. We have seen the contribution of women to the versatility and growth of the institution, led by our principal and vice-chancellor, Professor Buleng Linkabula, a pioneer and the first woman at the helm of Unisa in its 150-year history. No other institution has employed as many women, including black women, or systematically created the pathways to senior leadership positions as we have, and we can be proud of this.
Even as our institution's global rankings continue to rise, we can only lament that there is no one person alive today who was there when Unisa started, who could tell us how far we've come. However, our historians did a commendable job of sharing the memories and bringing the glimmers of our institutional past back to life in 2023, during the 150-year celebrations.
As we will conclude these celebrations this year, it is prudent for us to ask ourselves what the next 150 years at Unisa look like. We, each one of us, have full control of how we will be perceived by future generations. Based on our contributions to Unisa today, what will the academics and students of the year 2174 say about us?
We have a choice to make in this moment. Do we want to be counted as one of the greats of 2024, or will we settle for mediocrity and subsequent invisibility? History will tell the story of Unisa in 2024.
You decide if your name will be mentioned amongst those that contributed to the great Unisa story.
I hope that my contribution towards improving and ingraining quality assurance in Unisa Library will assist our library in 150 years to be the most accessible and exceptional library in the entire world.
As the university has already celebrated the 150 years last year, I would like to contribute myself to the next 150 years that is coming to make our university very neat and the hygiene in a higher grade. I would like everyone to be welcome in this campus.
I hope that the Unisa Library and its significant collection of resources will continue to play an important role in the teaching, learning and research in Unisa.
Over the next century and a half, there will likely be continued efforts to expand access to knowledge globally. And the role of personal librarians could involve initiatives to bridge the digital divide, making literature and educational resources available to undeserved communities worldwide.
I am Maggie Mashishi from Protection Services. Through my protection, I'll create a safe environment for staff and students and inspire them to protect the future generation.
Good day, Unisans. I am Zukile Mkolombane from the Office of the Dean of Students. I have a responsibility to create a student-centric environment that nurtures thought leaders of tomorrow who will contribute to the development of this country and continue shaping futures for the next 150 years. Thank you.
My name is Takani Masuka from Supply Chain Department. As part of Unisa community, I am also prepared to make a positive contribution in the history of Unisa through creating and maintaining a disability-friendly environment wherein students and staff with disabilities can feel comfortable and proud to work for the University of South Africa. Through a newly established Center for Disability Excellence, I believe we can do more.
In terms of my contribution, being a young academic and also executive of this institution, is that I would like to add my submission in terms of making sure that students actually qualify. Our main goal is to produce chartered accountants and also to produce more doctorates in accounting. So I help in terms of supervising master's and PhD students in accounting. So in terms of the legacy of Unisa, I do hope that in future people will recognize me being a young black academic, which actually helped in terms of creating more accountants and also academics who are passionate about accounting research and most importantly contributing to what African accounting research and also African epistemology. Thank you very much.
#engaged Unison. You will have seen all around you today, although some of you thought people were doing, that there is a tagline, I am an engaged Unison. We have produced a small campaign card that will be given to you or has already been given to you. Please put this campaign card into a plastic sleeve of your Unisa access card so that it stays close to your heart to inspire you to be an engaged Unison every day. I do not know how to introduce Ntate MJ Mabua because he has served us for more than 5 years and has been at the helm of the Unisa Council for 3 years. For those who did not know, he is a chartered accountant and a registered auditor, and we thank him for making us financially sustainable. Ntate Mabua, it is my privilege to call on you, Papa, to share your farewell message.
Thank you, Program Director. I'm a retired auditor. Auditors, at some point I had to retire after 20 years of doing that kind of work, but I'm still here. Program Directors, Prof. Tshwane and Professor Mantepu, the Chancellor of Unisa, Your Excellency, President Thabo Mbeki, the Principal and Vice Chancellor of Unisa, Professor Puleng Lengabula, the current Deputy Chairperson and the Chairperson Designate of the Unisa Council, Dr. Dan Musia, other members of Council present here, members of the Executive and Extended Management of Unisa, leadership of organized labor, and the National and Regional SRC in attendance, including the President of the Student Command, staff and students of Unisa in attendance, fellow Unisans, friends, and esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Today is indeed a day of mixed feelings for me, as I'm afforded the privilege to address the university community on this auspicious occasion, the official opening of the 2024 academic year. On the one hand, I'm filled with nothing but excitement to witness so many members of the Unisa epistemic community gathered here at ZK Matthews Great Hall and other Unisa venues across the country and in Addis Ababa collectively reflect on the achievements of the past years and to leverage on the successes and challenges of that period as they outline the program of the new year and beyond. While on the other hand, I'm equally saddened that this address today is the last I'll be making to a gathering of this nature, and in my capacity as a member and chairperson of council of this august university, the University of South Africa. As contemplated as I contemplated on what my core message should be on such an occasion, I was reminded of the wise words of Kohelet, captured so vividly in his books of Ecclesiastes, verse 3, number 3, verse 1. Quote, "There is a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heavens," unquote. So it follows, ladies and gentlemen, that there is indeed a time to meet and a time to part. As I bid farewell today, I do so with full confidence that I'm leaving behind an army of committed and loyal servants of the University of the Land, in whose hands the future of the university is safe. I also leave with the full comfort that, as a member of council for a full 8 years, and as chairpersons for 3 of those years, I've made my own small contribution to the growth and development of this great institution. I will now watch from a distance and with keen interest as Unisa marches on to the next 150 years. Among some of the notable achievements of Unisa, especially in the last 3 years, during my term as a chairperson of council, program directors, allow me to count the following, and some of them I think the VC has touched on them, so I will not go there, but it's important as an accountant that I must mention this one, that in the past 3 years, we have steadily increased the reserves of the university now to a staggering 21 billion. Now, I think just to explain this one, when we started, myself in the VC, people might not be aware, but we became chairperson and VC on the same day. These were sitting at 7 billion. That's 300% in 3 years. I challenge you to go and find any company out there in the JSU who can talk about numbers like this. The other achievement for me is the multi-year wage agreement with our labor counterparts. A first for Unisa, and one that will hopefully contribute immensely to the industrial peace and stability at the institution. Thank you, Labor. Ladies and gentlemen, all of these, as well as many other achievements, did not fall on our laps like manna from heaven. No, it was as a result of our collective hard work, dedication, and commitment to the university. Many of these also happened within a very challenging environment, including relentless attacks against the university and its leadership from all angles, as well as attempts to cast aspersions on our leadership and place us under administration. Our collective resilience against these attacks has enabled us to weather the storms. As I leave this great institution, I also wish to share with you some of the ideas about the areas where I think you could still improve. These are as follows. Continuous improvement in service delivery. Although we've made some improvements in this area, I believe that more can still be done until 100% of the examinations and assignments are written and marked within a specified time frame. We should also aim to continuously improve our call center and student query responsiveness. We should work harder in ensuring a standardized look and feel at our centers, nationally and in the regions. The student experience must be the same, regardless of where the student is located. Mr. Mtebele, it's not in my speech here, but I'm going to say it, because if there's one area I think I failed, is this one. I heard about the office in Makado. We could do better. We could do better. I'm sure the students who are there know what I'm talking about. We could do better. Lastly, we should devise more creative ways of raising funds for the university to enable us to assist more and deserving students with bursaries and to settle their debt. Leveraging on the standing of our Chancellor in the global community, as well as finding ways to commit our suppliers to contribute towards our bursary programs. These are some, but many ways in which we can revolutionize our fundraising methods. Colleagues, I do not wish to dwell much on the business of the university today. Mine is to use this occasion to affirm that it has truly been an honor to be given an opportunity to serve the university community and the country at large in the roles I've performed in the Unisa Council since 2016, but more so in my capacity as the chairperson of council in the last 3 years. My gratitude goes to the Almighty for giving me strength and perseverance to stay the course, even under the most difficult circumstances. I also extend my sincerest thanks to my deputy, Dr. Dan Musia, the chairperson-elect, the entire council, past and present, as well as the extended management for their support during my entire period of service. I truly admire your commitment to the academic project, even during these times of extreme uncertainty. I wish to thank the student leadership of this university, past and present, but most especially the cohort that led in 2023, that gave us their full support to council during this difficult period. Let us remember, colleagues, that when these attacks were happening, our students were writing exams. When we're at the height of this period of difficulty, our students were writing exams. You can imagine how difficult it is when somebody has taken a decision that we're going to place in university and administration, and we've got a student who's sitting there writing an exam, not understanding what this administration means. How is that student going to pass? They're not even sure what they're writing, that exam that they're writing there means anything. The qualification will mean anything. I think we must not take it lightly, and we should not take the support of our students for granted, because we could have faced a serious problem at that time. And we thank you for that. A special word of appreciation also goes to the colleagues who supported me during my term as a chairperson. The speechwriters, led by Professor Modipane Masenya, Mwanam Patlele, the administrative support team, led by Mepulani Musiwa, our protocol office, as well as the colleagues in the office of the VC. Special thanks to the current and former members who encouraged us to defend this university against relentless attacks, who urged us to ensure that we leave Unisa in the same way or better than we found it. I extend my warmest thanks to my wife, family, and friends who supported me during this period. I wish to single out my mother-in-law, who supported me Yeah, look, I'm her only Mokhonyana, so she supported me. She didn't have other Mokhonyana to support. Because she prayed and encouraged me to go on. At the height of these attacks, when they were making newspapers and television headlines, I would be remiss not to single out the VC, Professor Puleng Linkabula, and the executive management of the university for the high-level support they gave me and council in general. Madam VC, you have successfully challenged and problematized this Sesotho endocentric proverb, which says, "Chaeta kia tshadi pele, di wela ka leopeng." Ke a o leboga go menagane, you've proven that otherwise. The success we talk about today, particularly in the last 3 years, are as a direct result of your able leadership, and indeed of your MENCOM, who understood the notion who understood the notion of lechema. I have reserved special words of gratitude to our Chancellor. I think Bon has overtaken me here, Chairperson of ABSA has overtaken me here, to His Excellency Dr. Mbeki, who stood up for this university when the chips were down. We will forever be grateful for the manner in which you guided us and went out of his way to defend this institution. We are truly indebted to you, Mr. Chancellor. You are truly an inspiration to us all. Lastly, colleagues, I reiterate the point that this is a day of mixed feelings for me, but also in many ways a reflection of my tenure as a council member, chairperson of the Finance and Investment Committee of Council, and eventually chairperson of Council. I fully embrace the good and the bad, as well as the highs and the lows of this journey. Together, these moments define my journey in service of Unisa and will form part of the lessons and legacies shaping my future going forward. Charles Dickens, the renowned English novelist and social critic, captured it succinctly in his seminal 1859 novel, A Tale of Two Cities. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light, it was the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope, it was the winter of despair. For those of us exiting the system, I believe that whatever age confronted us during our term as members of Unisa Council, we gave it our best shot. It's now up to those taking the baton from us to run a better race until they also bequeath it to the others in this relay of leadership. One such person, whom I now have a pleasure to invite to the stage to address the university community as my successor and the incoming chairperson of council, Dr. Musia. Please welcome him and lend him your ears. I thank you.
Where is my stuff? Program directors, Professor Edith Tshwane, Director of Academic Program at Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, and Dr. Masechaba, Acting Executive Dean at Unisa College of Economic and Management Sciences. I heard you talking about entrepreneurship. That's a subject very close to my heart. In fact, when you start talking about academic entrepreneurs, that is what we really need here at Unisa. And I would want to have a conversation with you a little bit later on that subject. Ms. Sophie Mabaso, Sign Language Interpreter, Division of Advocacy and Resource Center for Students with Disabilities, His Excellency, Dr. Thabo Mbeki, Unisa Chancellor and former President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. James Mabuya, Chairperson of the University Council, members of University Council present here today, members of University Executive and Extended Management present, Your Excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners in attendance here today, Councillor Dr. N. Moya, Deputy Executive Mayor of the City of Tshwane, Councillor J. Ace, MMC Finance of the City of Tshwane. I want also to say representative of the university stakeholders, and I won't go into the list, colleagues, as we are behind time. I just want to say that you are well recognized today. Also to all our external stakeholders and friends of the University of South Africa, you are all recognized today. Our entertainers who are present today, I also want to say you are well recognized. Mr. Vusi Mahlasela, the voice, the members of the Unisa University Choir, that is very close to my heart. I was telling the chair that during my days, I used to be a chorister. Had I had time, I would join you. Members of the university community, both at Muckleneuk and Regions, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, bommele bontate, good afternoon. It is my singular honor to be given this opportunity to deliver my maiden speech during the 2024 official academic opening ceremony of this august university, the University of the Land, University of South Africa, Unisa. The opening ceremony usually enjoys prominence in significance amongst the many events hosted by the university each academic year. It is in this space that members of the university, epistemic community, representing a variety of interests, gather to reflect on the past achievements and challenges of the past year, even as they project the road ahead in terms of their own priorities. This fact was elucidated so eloquently in the address of both the Principal and Vice-Chancellor, Professor Lenkabula, as well as our chairperson, Ntate Mabua. This opening ceremony occurs not only when we are still at the height of the celebration of UNISA's 150th anniversary, but also when our country celebrates 30 years of democracy. The celebrations of the preceding milestone will reflect the strides made in the last 3 decades of democratic rule, during which the country has been transformed significantly in the areas of health, education, business participation, infrastructure expansion, employment equity, rural and urban development, to name just but a few instances, colleagues. South Africa is no longer the same as it was before the advent of democratic rule in 1994. In our space, the expansion of the higher education sphere, including the expansion of the requisite education infrastructure, increase in access to those who previously did not enjoy this right, as well as the expanding the state financial support through the measures such as the NEFSA scheme, though one is very much aware of the related challenges regarding this particular scheme, are but some of the tangible gains of the democratic era. Ladies and gentlemen, here at Unisa, we have contributed to the transformation agenda of the country, as evidenced by many of the people from all the walks of life who find space at this university. The progressive support mechanisms, such as study facilities, the laptops, and the free data that we make available to our students. The affordable study fees, as well as the transformative progress in our employment and procurement practices. Just a few amongst many. The changes that we have made and continue to make as a university of choice directly impact the country's progress. Thus, when I look around, I see a 30-year-old country whose coming of age means a lot to our students, to our alumni, and the academics, the same way that it does to our fellow citizens, to Africa, and yes, to the whole world. Leading lights of the struggle for freedom and democracy attain their higher education through Unisa. As we reflect on the birth and development of the new South Africa, we must take pride in the role and impact of Unisa during and in post-apartheid South Africa. Madam Program Director, as I will be assuming this important role of being the chair of council of this great university, the University of the Land, together with the council collective, one is not unaware of the exigencies, both internal and external, but also globally. Ours are the time of great promise and strife, both in the domestic, but also in the global context. South Africa, the continent, and indeed the world at large have experienced significant advances in human endeavors to improve the human condition. We have seen massive advances, some of which, as I have already noted, albeit in the context of our institution, have been propelled by the university sector in the varied fields such as in medicine, economics, technology, environment and social sciences, politics, governance, law, and ethics, all of which have made ours a relatively world that we would love to live in. Yet at the same time, we have seen, as a consequence of progress and advances in the human endeavor, the undoing of life itself as we know it. Program Director, here I'm referring to the massive degradation of the natural environment upon which we depend for our lifestyle. Human-made wars and conflicts, the dehumanization of a group of people and the whole populations, the manipulation of science and technology for purposes of narrow sectional interest, among others. As we assume leadership, we are thus reminded of the fact that the university operates within and above society. To earn its status as a social institution that is organically engaged in the change process of society. For this reason, at Unisa, we believe in our vision of becoming a truly African university, shaping futures in service of humanity. As the new oversight head of this university, I pledged to continue the noble traditions that have carried us for the past 150 years. I'm glad that the Principal and Vice Chancellor have already announced a year-long program to celebrate and reflect on our journey of hope, reconstruction, progress, and contradictions. And I agree that, once more, Unisa must stay the course of shaping the new futures for itself in the next 150 years and for South Africa in the next 30 years and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in the post-COVID-19 pandemic. The world with rapid technologies advances and complex geopolitical and strategic risks in the international situation. Digitization has thus become a real issue in the 21st century, and one to which universities are obliged to respond as they are impacted directly. The world of teaching and learning is moving with increased speed towards online teaching methods. The advent of pandemic has made the situation even more necessary and urgent. In simple terms, embracing the 4IR, convergence technologies, and investing in modern technologies is no longer an option. It is a must VC to you and your management. It is even more critical in our space because our so-called monopoly as a dedicated distance learning institution is now being challenged. More and more institutions are now offering or beginning to offer online teaching. We have no options but to pull our socks and stay ahead of the pack, or else we'll gradually become very insignificant. To serve our students, staff, and the community at large, Unisa must adopt its strategies to ensure that we reach our fullest potential and attain the vision that we have set for ourselves. As we aim for this ideal, we will depart from understanding that our university is not just a mere conglomeration or a confederation of its various stakeholders. It is really far much more than that. Each category of the Unisa epistemic community, that is its students, its staff, its managers, its administrators, general workers, governance personnel, has a specific role and the prescribed roles that they play. Equally, the cohesion or melting together of the various stakeholder parts give the university its being, its identity, and its character. This therefore call on all of us to consider and treat the university as our common home. Like siblings who belong together to this home, we would be excited and delighted to hear that our home stand out as a pride of the neighborhood. This home would earn us such an honor because of what we, the siblings, would have done. Not to earn individual accolades, but to ensure that our common home, University of the Land, Unisa, lives up to its claim of being the African university. I'm therefore challenging each one of us, members of this great family, of this African university, to constantly ask ourselves the question, what can I do that Unisa, our African home of academic excellence, remains the pride of the neighborhood? Let me repeat, if you allow me, ladies and gentlemen. What can I do to ensure that Unisa, our African home of academic excellence, remains the pride of the neighborhood? Madam Program Director, I'm of the view that the success of the academic project will depend significantly, if not wholly, on the kind of commitment we all have towards optimum student support. When our students are served well and when they are satisfied, it will be easy for them to sing praises of the institution wherever they go. They indeed become our brand ambassadors. We thus need to make it a priority not only to serve them with distinction, but also to keep our doors open for continuous engagement and feedback to keep improving our services. As our outgoing chairperson has very clearly said, it's an area that we need to look at. It also behoves the students to meet the university halfway, as they are equally responsible for building and protecting our brand. Indeed, we all share this responsibility, colleagues. I therefore appeal to all of you to make this priority an objective of this academic year, as staff and as students, but also, of course, as the trade movement. And we should join hands and work together towards reclaiming the stature of our university as one of the best in the country and one of the best in the globe. Nobody but us can do this. Apart from the energies we, as Unisa, we need to channel towards student support, there is apparently persistent challenge of enrollment planning and management. And that's also partly what the outgoing chairperson was highlighted to. At 33% of over 1 million sectorial enrollments, Unisa continues to contribute towards the NDP target of 1.6 million higher education students enrolled by 2030. However, the challenges meeting the targets set persist and are many and they are varied. Despite attracting over 1 million applications, the matching of these applications with qualifications choices is very complex. The following examples that I would like to share you can serve as a case in point. A single qualification attracted over 160,000 of these million applications in 2024, with only 2,000 spaces that were available. By contrast, we have qualifications struggling to meet their allotted quotas for various reasons. Reconciling these disparities is not simple, more so that academics are not dynamically interchangeable to suit the demand and supply of student places, even as fields of academic specializations differ vastly. Ladies and gentlemen, it should be noted that as Unisa, despite all this, we have put in place various interventions to improve our capability to address these challenges. List of which include early warning systems in the form of business intelligence and integrated approaches that bring together multi-stakeholder teams together to address them seamlessly. As we strive to improve our systems, it must be noted that there are improvements in our master's and doctorate numbers that continue to approximate the sector norm from sub 2% to just under 4%. Although our deviation is still outside the 2% allowable range, we are slowly moving, I think, in the right direction. As Council, it is our responsibility to keep this university intact, functional, and excellent. We do so by exercising oversight as a governing body. Having undergone some of the turbulent moments recently, as the outgoing chair has indicated, I look forward to being part of a Unisa family that is united. I've seen some boards there that said 2024, a year of unity. So I'm saying I'm really looking forward to being a part of Unisa family that is united, cohesive, and dedicated to the core of the business of the university in our commitment to academic excellence. I am of the view that our success in cultivating the spirit of social cohesion, letsima, in the university will depend on the observance of the requisite rules and embracing of the new progressive cultures and best practices. We all must not waver on our commitment to good governance and compliance as students, as unions, as staff, as academics, as management, as Senate, and of course, as Council. Being cognizant of the fact that our universities need to be engaged universities, Council and I were elated about the 10 catalytic niches that our Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Pulen Lenkabula, established when she assumed duties in 2021. We were and still are excited about the opportunities and prospects that these catalytic niches areas can bring in catapulting our university into an extraordinary force of academic and research excellence. In the same year, Council approved the Principal and Vice Chancellor's proposal about these niches that have the capacity to contribute to the requisite skills set in the country. But what one has found disconcerting through the years, though, is the slow pace at which the realization of such noble project is paced. A project which, if effected to the full realization, could enhance the status of Unisa as an engaged university, also strengthening the ties between the university and the industry. I'm thus persuaded, though, that the university leadership and academics must deal with the sluggish implementation of these niches and find the necessary agility and seriousness to achieve progress in these important areas of research, innovation, and development. Colleagues, I need to take this opportunity as I head towards conclusion to thank Principal and Vice Chancellor of Unisa, Professor Lenkabula, very much for your leadership ability over the past 3 years, your courage, your spirit of resilience, your wisdom and capability as a leader has really enabled this institution to be moved to a level quite higher than where you find it when you assumed your duties, as the previous chair said. The rankings, the global impact, the number of NRF-rated scholars, the number of staff with doctorates, the financial health, just but to name a few. These cannot go unrecognized. I am thus excited and looking forward to working with you and your management team. Whereas certain reforms and improvements are underway on the governance front, the Council does not believe that an administration will be in the best interest of Unisa or South Africa as a whole. This year, we will approve a delegation of authority framework and submit a draft Unisa statute for approval by the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology. We will remain seized on this important matter until it is amicably resolved and keep our gaze on things that matter to this university. As I conclude, colleagues, I hope to have plenty of time to make a more elaborative detail for the farewell message to my chair, Ntate Maboa, the chairperson of council. For now, suffice to say, Mr. Chair, thank you for your time, for your service, and the insight. In all the easy and difficult times, we can be grateful that you did not just float through the task you were given, but you made ways and left an indelible mark. Indeed, ikitimile tamaga le mmala wa yona ke o mogolo. Before I sit down, colleagues, I think this is very important. I wish to acknowledge the presence, the leadership, and guidance that we are privileged to receive from our dear Chancellor, Dr. Thabo Mbeki. As the leadership collective in Council, we are grateful to have you as a sage, as an advisor, as an ambassador of Unisa, who continue to do a sterling job at protecting and advancing this critical national asset. I would like to thank you for supporting Unisa in multiple ways by giving your name, your work, and your life, Mr. President, for the benefit of the country and the world, for being a visionary leader who continuously advocates for the success of our country, the continent, and the world. I look forward to working with you as our tutelar head. I also look forward to your support and cooperation. I mean the students and the staff of Unisa as we try to take Unisa to the next level in pursuit of shaping futures in service of humanity. Jwale ha ke qetela ke re ntate hle le nna ke a rata ho bona Unisense ba kena motseng o thabeng motseng wa Unisa ba mathile lebelo ba bolaile thota ha iduma ya tsamaya ke koloi ya Unisa bambezela siajika walala wasala ya khaula ya. I thank you.
We are almost at the tail end, and I request colleagues not to leave the hall but stay as I call Madam Vice Chancellor to the podium. Colleagues, we are almost at the end. May you please, a re kgotleleng ga nyane fela. Colleagues, dumelang, kgotsong, we request it. Look, colleagues, you came on the 8th, rested. For the first time, yes. And the new chair of council says, I want to work with you so that we go even higher. So let's not be tired because we gave you time to rest. Let me take this opportunity. If you looked at your programs, colleagues, you'd know that there's something special about this opening of the university. If you're at Unisa in the last 5 years or 10 years, you've never had two chairs speaking in the same opening of the university, isn't it? Yes. But also, you've never had President Mbeki coming to the opening of the academic year. And you have never started in February on the first being announced under 800 as being improving in your international rankings. So it's important that we enjoy this moment. Let me not steal more time, but to reaffirm what Professor Masichaba would have said, to request you for your 10 minutes. It's not going into the performance agreement, colleagues, that 10 minutes. But at least it's a negotiation that we would like you to have a compact with us. So I had to extend my negotiation skills because President Mbeki said he's not here to speak, to be in solidarity and to support. But because I had had students,
administrative, academic staff who says we cannot have today without just, hello, how are you? Good luck, from our president. And when the APSA president sang, I think this is the opportunity to request our president to address us, but to even do it with a stronger resolve to singing even with loudly. Here there are no factional politics to say, that's not my team, this is my team. We are all one. So, Mr. Bono, start. Thank you. Thank you, President.
Thanks a lot, Vice Chancellor. Mr. Mabua, Chairperson of Council, and Dr. Musia, Chairperson Designate, Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Lengabola, all the leaders of the university who spoke here before, I think I should say, all protocol observed. A few days ago, the president of Namibia, Dr. Hage Geingob, passed away. He's being buried next Sunday, not this Sunday, next week, the 25th of this month. I'm saying that, colleagues, to suggest that perhaps the university, maybe this session, we should ask the Vice Chancellor to send a message of condolences to our Namibian brothers and sisters, to say that we too feel with the Namibians, feel this loss, and say condolences. Hage Geingob spent many years as principal of the Namibia Institute, based in Lusaka. Therefore, he is an educator. And I think as a university, we feel particularly the sorrow at his departure, because that's the Namibia Institute which prepared the people who would be part of the administration of Namibia once it attained its independence. So Professor Geingob, President Geingob, I'm saying, was a principal of that institute for many years. I do hope that we'll all of us agree that the principal Vice Chancellor would send a message which would say, we observed a moment of silence, and all of us say condolences, sincere condolences to the people of Namibia. I'm sure that's agreed unanimously. Yeah. There's a very important thought leader in Singapore, public intellectual. A few years back, he wrote a book entitled, Can the Asians Think? A very provocative title. And the reason he wrote this book was because it seemed that the general narrative globally was that the whole of humanity owed its progress in all respects, in technology, in the organization of societies, systems of education, everything. It owed all of that, the rest of all of humanity, to what is called the West, the white world in Europe and North America. That's why the book was written, Can the Asians Think? Because the suggestion was that we can't think. Somebody else was thinking, and the rest of us do what those ones have said we should do because they can think. Now, our chairperson of council, James Mabua, finishes his term at the end of this month, on the 29th of this month. I want to request him to write a book. Entitled, Can the Africans Think? Yeah. And answer that question. And I think, colleagues, we need to answer that question, and this university is particularly well placed and I think challenged to answer that question. Can the Africans think? And to answer that question practically. Professor Mashau pointed very effectively to a lot of the challenges that we face. Other people joined in that. The Vice Chancellor did, President of National SRC did, Leader of Nehau did, President of APSA did. There are all of these challenges as a country we face and as a continent. They pose the question, can the Africans think? Because I think as a university we are particularly challenged to provide answers to these challenges that the country and continent face. We are the biggest university in this country, and I think bigger also on the continent. Particular characteristics of Unisa, which I'm saying place Unisa in a particular position to answer the question practically, can the Africans think? And answer it positively to show that yes, the Africans can think, and we'll answer that question by what we do practically, by the quality of student we produce, by the quality of our research, the addition to new knowledge, by being a center of excellence, as Dr. Musia has just said. So I'm really standing up here. I was not on the program. My arm was twisted. I asked whether I was going to be paid anything. And the chair of council says, we'll give you free lunch. But I'm really standing to say, as we begin this new academic year 2024, best wishes to all of the students and best wishes to all of the teachers. We must try to make sure that indeed this particular year proves the point that the Africans can think. And to shame all of those who thought they had the power and the right to put the university under administration. Thanks to everybody, and thanks a lot to our outgoing chairperson of council, Mr. Mabua. I'm very glad that he has accepted to write this book. But thanks a lot and good luck for the year, academic year 2024. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. May I request the entertainers, the Unisa choir and Dr. Madikizela to come through and give us some music.
Thank you once again. This next piece, it's one that is written in this country, which is a classic. I first heard this song performed by, actually recorded by a group in South Africa called Bright Blue. And we recorded this song with the Soweto String Quartet. But this is one of the songs by Bright Blue during the time also of apartheid. That radio, which is called Radio, was it called Radio Africa or something? They were playing this song, and then at that time, because of we couldn't sing the national anthem, they managed to sneak in the melody of Nkosi Sikelel into the song. So it is all about this young man who was conscripted to go to the township with Caspers, army vehicles. And then what he saw there, said, no, this is not right. People cannot live like this. And he wrote this piece. And I think it is more about the architects of apartheid. They must be turning into the grave now because of the seeing for them seeing this democracy that we're having today. Democracy which is very fragile and it needs to be protected all the time.
I knew a man who lived in fear. It was huge, it was angry, it was drawing near. Behind his house, a secret place, was the shadow of a demon he could never face. He built a wall of steel and flame, and men with guns to keep it tamed. And standing back, he made it plain that the nightmare will never ever rise again. But the fear and the fire and the guns remain. Doesn't matter now, it's over anyhow. It tells the world that it's sleeping. But as the night came round, I had its lonely sound. It was war heroes weeping. It was war heroes weeping. It doesn't matter now, it's over anyhow. It tells the world that it's sleeping. smoke and flame. They stood around outside their wall, but of course there was nothing to be had at all. My friends, he said, we've reached our goal. The threat is under fan control. As long as peace and order reign, I'll be damned if I can see a reason to explain why the fear and the fire and the guns remain. It doesn't matter, it's over anyhow. It tells the world that it's sleep. Oh, but as the night came, I had its lonely sound. It wasn't roaring, it was weeping. It wasn't roaring, it was weeping. Say I, say I, say I, oh I, say I, say I, say I, oh I, say I, say I, say I, oh I, say I, say I, say I, doesn't matter, it's over anyhow. It tells the world that it's sleeping. But as the night came, I had its lonely sound. It wasn't roaring, it was weeping. It wasn't roaring, it was weeping. Yeah. Doesn't matter, it's over anyhow. It tells the world that it's sleeping. But as the night came down, I had its lonely sound. It wasn't roaring, it was weeping. It wasn't roaring, it was weeping. Oh, ala Unisa kwaya ala Unisa kwaya ala. Hey, yeah, no, this was beautiful. Thank you, very pleased. Yeah, this one, it's about those one who are sort of like really looking at Africa. When we need aid, there is always a challenge about it. You know, for us, it be that the G8, the G7, the G whatever. That if we want aid, there is always a challenge about it. But actually, you know, we deserve that aid because Africa has been giving them aid all along. This is the unknown grave. Change the key. Yeah, I was gonna go high like, ooh, man. This is also one of Vusi Mahlasela's classics. This is the unknown grave. The one who died maintaining his might. He's really been so strong and musically inclined. His sad melodies coming out like a smoke from the woody fire. Confessing who died last night, who died this morning, and why. One dangerous mind, 4 million graves. Look down into the grave and do not weep. Skeleton are confessing the loss of music, culture, and belief. Skeleton are confessing the age of lamentations, the age of broken minds and souls. I picked up the soil from this unknown grave and blew it up with the wind so as to make reference one day. And I sang, My boo, yeah, Africa. Sing now, Africa. Sing loud, sing to the people. Let them give something to the world and not just to take it from it. And we'll ring the bells when you come back. We'll beat the drums when you come back. We'll ring the bells when you come back. We'll beat the drums when you come back. Our lost African music will turn into the music of the people. It's the people's music, by the people's culture, and I'll be the one who'll climb up the mountain, reaching for the top of our Africa days. Well, the poor woman walking for the lazy Lord. Sing, Africa sing, Africa sing, Africa sing, Africa sing, Africa sing. Sing, sing, Africa. Sing, sing, Africa. Let the illusions of memories be off from the people's minds and souls. Say Africa. Say Africa. Say Africa. Say Africa. We crossed Zimbabwe's border, flew over the dry fields of my homeland, coming into Joburg, the suntan swimming pools and the Soweto shacks. airports and railway stations, stranded with rucksack and guitar. The languages and the places change, and the sky has different stars. Maybe walking in the streets of a city called London, but the dust on my boots and the rhythm of my feet and my heartbeat say Africa. I may be walking in the streets of a city called Amsterdam, but the dust on my boots and the rhythm of my feet and my heartbeat say Africa. Say Africa. Say Africa. Say Africa. Da 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 da. Yeah, yeah. Say Africa. Stones and the UN loan and the passport controls for countries that don't exist. It's a big world, they have their own problems, everyone, and there's gold in that pledge to feast. People ask me where I'm from, I say Mamelodi Township, in a city called Tshwane, meaning we are the same. I have a friend who's a great musician and is from Ebai, near King Williamstown. You know where Steve Biko was born? You might have read or seen a film about Africa. You know, it's a big continent with a great gift of Ubuntu. I may be walking in the streets of a city called London, but the dust on my boots and the rhythm of my feet and my heartbeat say Africa. Maybe walking in the streets of a city called Amsterdam, but the dust on my boots and the rhythm of my feet and my heartbeat say Africa. 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 I may be walking in the streets of a city called Amsterdam, but the dust on my boots and the rhythm of my feet and my heartbeat say Africa. I may be walking in the streets of New York, yeah, but the dust on my boots and the rhythm of my feet and my heartbeat say Africa. 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 Ubuntu-ma, Ubuntu-ma, Sinabo, say Africa. Say Africa. Say Africa. Ubuntu-ma, Ubuntu-ma, Sinabo, say Africa. 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 Sina, say Africa. Africa. Say Africa. Say Africa. Say Africa. Thank you very please. Thank you very please. Now you make me work overtime. This one is one of the songs that are in it's a public domain that I just sort of took it. We used to sing this song when we were at the kindergarten. Yeah, when I was young, but I sort of took it and wrote the message, you know, take it to the different heights. It's all about the awareness about the agricultural revolution, which is important, that we need to be seeing, planting our own food. It's a call for unity to fight poverty all over. Silang mabele, mandiko, tsatsele biwimile. Bana batswerwe kitala, batswerwe kiramateka, muna yo mosi sare. Silang mabele, mandiko, tsatsele biwimile. Bana batswerwe kitala, batswerwe kiramateka, muna yo mosi sare. Libang telekhamato alena, libang fale, kikumane horfela. Ben na khafote, kar libang telekhamato alena, liare wal khodimo, kar tshegetsang ditaola sa Afrika Borwa sayang. Palo yote, Louis dire, le sikalime. Silang mabele, mandiko, satsele pirimile. Bana batswerwe kitala, batswerwe kiramateka, muna yo mosi sane. Whoa. Silang mabele, mandiko, satsele pirimile. Bana batswerwe kitala, batswerwe kiramateka, muna yo mosi sane. tshwere ke ramateka monna yo mosesane. Silang mabele manipolo sa tsela pirimi. Banna ba tshwere ke kala ba tshwere ke ramateka monna Thank you very please. Thank you very please. Thank you. I just want to acknowledge and introduce this young boy here. Ever, when he was young, growing up, he was listening to my music, and he told himself that one day he wants to play with me. Solo fellow Jerry Papo from Makapanstad. Ever since I've been playing now with him, touring with him all over, and he's just a gem. Please give me a big hand.
Organized labor leadership, regional SRC members, students, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are thankful that you have honored the invitation to grace this important occasion. 2024 being a leap year boasts of one extra day when compared with the past 3 or the coming 3 years. It cannot, therefore, be a year in which we fail. It cannot be a year in which we do not unite. It cannot be a year in which we do not solve our enrollment problems. It cannot be a year in which we do not solve our NSFAS-related problems. We are aware that that is outside our area of control, but still we cannot afford not to resolve those problems. Many have already dubbed it 2020 more, underlining that it should be a year of plenty, of unparalleled success, of more creativity and innovation, and we cannot use the extra day to make even more excuses.
Professor Meiwa, after you have conducted your delivery, I'm sure that everyone felt very welcome and sat back to enjoy the rest of the morning. We appreciate and thank you very much for touching our calming spirits and for binding us into one being, and for reminding us to humanize the academic space, and for reminding us it is enough. Our gratitude flows to Prof. Mashau. We thank you, Prof. Thank you, Chairperson of Council, Ntate Mabua. And thank you for pointing out those areas that we still need to look into. But above all, we thank you for introducing the Chairperson-elect of Council, Dr. Musia. You know, for some strange reasons, not many of us are comfortable or willing to pass the baton. We are compelled to continue challenging ourselves to demonstrate the exemplary leadership you have shown under very difficult circumstances. You said it yourself, and we know what you went through. And you persevered until the very last day. We promise you that, as you said, as you requested us, we will reposition our services, and we will fight to be one, and we will fight to ensure that we enhance whatever we do. Thank you, Dr. Musia. Your address gave us courage that Unisa will continue to be in good governance hands. You said it yourself that you are going to continue the noble tradition that enabled us to celebrate the 150 years. I hope, Doctor, you'll assist to lay a foundation so that those amongst us that will be celebrating the next 150 years will come and say, indeed, you said it, and we are thankful you made it. We appreciate our Vice-Chancellor and Principal. In her well-renowned proficiency, Professor Lengabula has not only defined the path we have to journey in 2024, she has also attached bright lamps to our feet to illuminate our every step. As she strode back to resume her seat, her words and enthusiasm continue to permeate, I believe, all of us in this room. And it is my hope that it has found a permanent place in our hearts and minds. There is no guarantee, given that darkness and pushbacks will not rear their ugly heads again. We are not owed any easy path. Many times we will have to scratch it out, of course, sometimes with our bleeding fingers and toes. We will do that. And we will review the measure, as you indicated. And we will ensure that our scholarship impacts on change, as you requested. And we will all rally behind you to support the core business of the university. But what I liked above all is when you appealed to all of us to hold each other accountable. And I believe we will do just that. Our gratitude goes to Prof. Mahano, Mr. Mavilani, Mr. Pomoi, Mr. Masakona, Advocate Morota, and Dr. Dange. You represented various statutory and epistemic communities very well. That one I can tell you. The institution can only benefit as you, all of you, in one way or another, indicated that we need to pull together. As long as we pull together, we will never fail. even if it comes to robustness, which embodies veracity and integrity with the best interest of the university and not of ourselves. Let us not locate ourselves at the center, but let us put the interest of the institution first. Ndate Wisima Hlasela, thank you very much. You know, if you are not here, I will say how we often call you, but I won't say today. I'll just whisper. We used to call you Bravusi Mahlasela. Thank you for being such an inspiration. Having performed in 1994 inauguration of our first democratically elected president, the late Nelson Mandela, may his soul rest in peace, and again at the opening ceremony of the 2010 World Cup season, for example, we are truly honored to have you here with us today. We are truly honored that you graced us with your presence, your melodies, and messages this morning. After all these years, you will still remain Bravusi. And we thank you for having partnered with our mighty Unisa College to render that melodious. Still on the musical note, let me acknowledge our own choir, the Unisa Choir, for having led us in the singing of the national anthem and for the items you rendered with Ntate Mahlasela later on. I believe one day we will fill this prestigious hall just to listen and dance to your songs. Mrs. Sophie Mabasa is an ambassador and long-standing tireless symbol of what has now been confirmed as the 12th official language in this republic. Her dedication is of the highest order. Thank you very much, Nemabaso. We are proud of you. The colleagues from DIA who put together and delivered the multimedia presentations, our cleaning officials who worked hard to ensure that we all sit here comfortably, our security officers for creating a sense of safety around us, our graduations colleagues who assisted with the academic procession, the clinical staff out there ensuring that we are well taken care of, the pianist to whose beat the academic procession marches, the colleagues who have connected us to those who are not physically in this space, to everyone whose hands contributed to today, you are truly thanked. Lekamoso. Indeed, we needed two steady hands, two steady pair of hands of Professor Paswana and Dr. Masichaba to steer today's program. I know we started at 10, and I can tell you, you managed to squeeze it into 2 notional hours. We appreciate that. It was not an easy task for you to ensure that all the 12 items that required perfect weaving, 12 plus 1. You did that in the best possible shortest time. We appreciate that. I'll be failing in my duty if I cannot thank our Chancellor, His Excellency, President Thabo Mbeki. And President, I could sense and hear from Tate Mabua that he's definitely going to write that book this year. And I can assure you, President, that Unisans are more than willing to unite to ensure that Africans can think. May 2024 be a highly prosperous year to all of you. Thank you.
Before we reach the end, may I announce first that there are refreshments. In my language, we say, "Le tlhape matsogo, le jese re le lokišeditše go sona." As we head to the final approach, I want to thank each of you for your presence and participation. Looking ahead, let us all commit to being engaged Unisans, actively contributing to Unisa's 2024 storied legacy. Colleagues, may I request you to stand for a moment of silence for President Jacob of Namibia. And after the moment of silence, please remain standing. From me, together with my co-pilots, Professor Edith Paswana and Mme Sophie Mabaso, we wish you all a successful year, a year filled with active hope, service delivery excellence, and a reconstructed student support. Magukanye, Kwande, Pula, Pula.